Good morning, good morning. Market's a little gross. NQ downside, ES downside, RTY upside. I think NQ looks the worst. ES and RTY look okay for upside. I don't know. It's kind of awful for conviction. NQ 15-minute looks the most bearish. With this POC shift, I think that'll be the most telling. POC shift at 750. Like that'll either flip supportive, and then we make the 750, 770 supportive, and then we go up to rotate up to probably like 65, right? Our previous balance. Or this will hold offer, and then we'll look for a continuation down, right? If this continues to hold. Right now, you're just in this balance here between ETH low and this 750, 770. If we can flip this, we should get a nice like down, I would assume, with the 15-minute structure holding as resistant, POC from previous candle holding as resistant, etc., to head for this liquidity. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm also super like congested today, so sorry if it's hard to understand. New 15's opening now.
And people are walking to the stage for the Trump video.
Great. Where's their re-offer point? And it's like flat POCs at the highs. Like I really like this 70 to 70. Sorry, 750 to 770 is our offer. Anything that like that's this holds just feels like it's gonna head to here. I don't know how choppy this is gonna be.
All right, then Trump centered. The live video is on the feed for you to watch.
Let's see if I can flip this 700. This is the last area that I commented on yesterday where I was like, we bounce 700, 720, or we'll go for gap fill. This is just that, where we found that period of peace for a little bit.
Trump praises Hassett.
And then we flipped it, and then we rotated down. So we're just doing the same thing again here. Let's see what we can do. This is the big one.
Seeing the Nasdaq 100 turning negative.
Pushing into our liquidity now.
Trump says Hassett was good on TV, and I want to keep him where he is. Keep an eye on the dollar. Off the back of that comment from Trump, so again, says that Hassett was good on TV. I want to keep him where he is. Saying Hassett was fantastic on TV today. On Hassett and the Fed says we'll see how this works out. Again, as said, Trump praised Hassett, says he may want to keep the NEC director where he is. Trump says Fed officials don't talk much. Hassett is good at talking. So I said, did see the dollar move towards the upside off the back of Trump praising the Fed contender Hassett, saying he may want to keep the NEC director where he is.
See if we can hold this like 700 to 730 on ETH low, or if this is going to continue to bounce.
So also seeing US 2-year yield rising after Trump says he wants Hassett at the NEC, or he may want to keep Hassett at the NEC.
This 700 holding, push down, back to our lows. Good secondary entry there. Into our liquidity here again. It's a great risk off if you're playing off 70s or 700s. So we push down into 70. See if we can flip this liquidity.
S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 pair gains to trade flat.
I have one runner left from 700s. See if we can get any further push down here. POC is above us, holding it as resistance, trying to build below value low previous candle, but we're into our demand here. Need to flip this, or we'll do another rotation. Got our lower offer at 700. That was good, but we're gonna need to sweep through this, or we'll again absorb here and then just rotate up. I'll be right back. Dog's throwing up.
China tells Australia beef quotas are aimed at helping domestic companies. China also tells Australia that it doesn't restrict normal beef trade. And China adds that they're willing to maintain communication with Australia on beef. To CNBC, just noting that Walsh sprints ahead in Fed chair race following Trump comments on Hassett, according to prediction markets. To now seeing the Dixie turning positive after Trump says he wants to keep Hassett in current job, last up about 0.05%. Trump says I may put tariff on nations over Greenland. Again, I may put tariff on nations that don't get along with Greenland. Trump reiterating the US needs Greenland for national security. At 10:50 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expected to hear from Fed's Collins. So Fed's Collins delivering welcoming remarks during the 2026 New England Economic Forum. Text is expected. There is no media Q&A and there's no live stream.
Okay. Got some good follow through. 700 offer still holding, rotating down. Should have one more leg. Let's see what we can do. This man just said, I'm the tariff king. NVIDIA is now filled gap. See what happens.
Seeing the S&P 500 down 0.2%, Nasdaq down 0.3%, and Dow down 0.4% as US stocks extend declines.
If you have the ability to hold a runner, I think that there's probably still more downside. But it's not a bad exit here into our PT R590. I'd like to see if we can flip this and move down to I don't know, 480 for the overall higher time frame move, but
US Treasury yields move higher after Trump says he may keep asset in current role.
we'll have to
Yield
see
on
if we
10-year
get another
Treasury
leg.
notes last up 4.7 basis points at around
First target
4.207%.
would be into this 500 and then just down here and somewhere into this liquidity.
I'm just going to expect to hear from Fed's Collins whether text is expected for her.
We're in
There
this
is no
balance
Q&A
right
or
now.
live stream.
I'd love to be able to see our offer hold here. And then rotate down.
Euro falls today's low as Trump speaks from Greenland, and also his comments on Hassett. Again, main drive for the euro declining off the back of the Dixie strengthening off the back of Trump's comments about Hassett. Spot gold falls over 1%. US 30-year yield less than 100 base points higher than the 5-year. One minute to go to expected comments from Fed's Collins. Ten seconds to Collins. As Collins does not comment on monetary policy or economic outlook.
What is this? What is he talking about? It's so hard to follow this man's train of thought. All right, let's see what happens here as we push into 640.
US Trade representative says Canada's decision to allow 49,000 Chinese EVs is problematic.
What is my dog doing? I don't know. Jesus, I gotta go check. She's like super sick. I don't know what's going on. I cannot listen to this guy talk. I'm closing it. Sorry. Be bothered. Into POC a previous candle, into our 70s here. Let's watch to see if offer holds and we get pushback below 640. If we can, should get a nice continuation down off of a failure to flip. Just waiting. It's an inside candle right now. Just retesting this liquidity as supply. What the heck?
Heads up at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Fed's Bowman is also due to speak on the economy and monetary policy. Text is expected, and there's a Q&A with the moderator. We'll get a video on the feed when we do find it.
Forty's holding so far, supportive. If this flips, then we'll just rotate back up to our original entry at 700, 720. Need to get back over this POC, or we need to give it pushback below our offer at 40s for the rotation down, trapping this liquidity here. RTY continuing to push up. The low has been in since NVIDIA found its gap fill. I'm watching to see if we flip or if there's something new.
So there is no live video for this. It is an in-person event. Fed's Bowman says risks are on both sides of the mandate, but not symmetric. And I expect solid growth in 2026, aided by lower taxes and regulations.
Flip of our
Indicators point to
70s,
growing
rotation
labor
back up
fragility,
to our original
and trending
entry.
core PC inflation is closer to 2% than data show. Fed should avoid signaling pause in rate cuts. I see current rate setting as moderately restrictive, and the Fed should be ready to move rates close to neutral.
I don't know. We'll see.
Again, Bowman says Fed policy making.
You've got
should
Bowman
be
speaking, you've got Trump
forward-looking and driven
yapping.
by forecast.
We went into our liquidity,
Given
Nvidia
risks,
filled
Fed policy
gap.
should
I
be
mean,
focused on
it's,
supporting the
I
job
don't know.
market.
We'll have to wait and see. This is like the third short that's played, so I'm not really trying to like overcommit to anything at this point. I've made up for my stop loss already from the flip of 70s. Now just watching to see what we do here. Like this is either going to be one of two things. Like this is either now going to be our trap, where this liquidity looks above and then looks back below, trapping, right? Or we'll build here, then we'll look up, and then we'll flip, continuation, right? Taking out these highs. But we'll have to wait and see.
We have posted our Fed's Bowman speech on the feed for you to read through.
Oh God, she peed her bed and it reeks. And all I want to do is end stream and wash it and take care of her. This is like the worst thing. I don't know what's going on. Oh. So we push into 700s. This is your next take profit. It's the same as before. It's just 70 flip and rotation up, just back into this range. We're waiting for things to either lose momentum or to flip back above our sell side pivots. This is just reoffering our previous seller. It's not really much else here off of the failure to continue lower. See what happens as we push into 700, 730. POCs are attempting to shift here on both ES and NQ. So if we can build above our POC shifts, great. Then we rotate back up to our previous POC. If they fail here and then we hold them as resistance, then we'll look for these POC shifts to be where we're watching for continuation, right? Like this is where we're headed, most likely, if we continue to maintain this POC low that's just shifted. So let's see what they do. We just got to be patient. We've played the pivot, short and validated. Now it's just about watching to see how we interact into our previous offer. Don't have much else other than that. So this is a great risk off. Cover for any potential loss you had from the 40 to 70. It is now the exact same profit on either side. So now we'll see what we do. But at this point, like it would just be a reversion to VWAP off of a failure at lows. Let's see what they can do here. Testing into our ETH low. No. Our POC shift on NQ is 730, if you can imagine that. POC is trying to shift down here to 680. So we're watching to see how we interact as this POC shifts. Can we hold it? And can we rotate up into it? And then from there, what do we do? Or is this going to maintain, right? Is the offer here going to be able to maintain? And do we find a seller here again? And then do we get the secondary leg just like before? I don't have the answer for you yet. That'll be dependent on what happens with the rest of the market. $50 until new 15s. Hit our 700 target. Sell side still sitting there. Still just rotating between our 70 and 700. 30-point range. Excuse me. Jesus. $20. hold a POC from previous candle, pushing back up into our 700, no change in our range, slow grind.
US Supreme Court announces it may issue at least one ruling on Tuesday, January 2nd. So again, Supreme Court to issue more opinions Tuesday amid tariff wait. Again, they don't specifically say whether there is going to be on the tariffs. And Trump ends remarks at the White House Health Roundtable.
I mean, I'd like to be able to play this up to 747.60 on my runner, just to like our original area, but I don't know. It's starting to show a little bit more weakness here on ES. NQ might follow through with it. Just debating if it's worth holding for like an extra 300 bones. Or am I gonna just give it all up on a runner for 300? It's one of those decisions. Watching our reoffer here. They continue to maintain on these guys offsides over 700. We might do our full rotation back down to our original entry at that 70. Two and a half minutes until new 15s. Slow grind. 10 seconds. 2015s. Offer sitting at 720. And that's $1,000 a contract here from our flip of 670 into 720. Offer moving up a little bit, now into 25s. Move your trail up as we push up into this. You're now watching to see if we continue to maintain previous POC, value low. That's your risk right now on your trail, I would say. And then just keep playing it up. Pushing into target now, 740s. This is our VWAP. 740 to 760 is where we're looking. Remember, that's just like this POC where our seller was on our original as soon as I got on. So, but we have more than made up for our short attempt at 40 to 70. If you have the ability to hold runners, you can try for the 760 continuation. Move your stop up to like, I don't know, 710 or something. But as long as this is continuing to hold our previous POC to value low, it's not really too much to worry about at this point. But we are at target now at 740. If we can remember, the reason why we were looking for this area was this is the POC shift from the hold. And then we've gotten the rotation up. And then our original offer was up here. And we have our 15-minute VWAP at 750. So anything into this 740, 760 area to me is a good sell. Well, let's see what we can do.
US Defense Secretary Hegseth jabs Anthropic over safety policies, according to Semaphore. So Hegseth announced that the Pentagon was adding Grok to its list of generative AI providers. He railed against AI models that won't allow you to fight wars.
Find who?
Hegseth wasn't just riffing, a person familiar with his thinking. He was specifically referring to Anthropic, the AI startup that spun out of OpenAI in an attempt to build safer AI tech. We'll get the article out for you as well.
We have posted the article on the feed for those interested.
I mean, just look at left, Snow. It's where the buyers have been if we're going to rotate up. And if we can't get back above it, then I don't expect price to continue higher. Overall, we're just rotating between two, right? Like it's just the range. Like this is where the offer flipped before. This is where the bid flipped afterwards. This is where the bid flipped on retest, push back up. This is where the bid held and then rotated up, and then we rotated down, right? So like there's very clearly someone buying here. We can see that across the board. So we need to see a very clear flip and hold if we want to rotate up. You know what I mean? What's up, club? What's up, Greta? Snow, specifically for today, there's really not much to look for until we can push above this, right? Like this is our target. Okay, again, like this is what we talked about. We saw and identified the shift of our our POC. POC is up here, or was up here. We then see it shift down here. We identified that shift, and we talked about how if this is able to hold, we should be able to rotate and trade back up into that, right? So like that's why it's our target. But we are playing off of this pivot here because this is our value high for the first period of the day. So this right here is what we're playing around to see if we can get back into this range for this rotation up into like 7,000, 998, whatever you want to call it. But the issue with this area is like there's a lot that we're going to have to be able to eat through to get back up to this. This is our 30-second opening range low. This is our previous day value low. This is, you know, like this entire thing is just going to be rough, but we'll see. But it makes sense to have this as our red zone because this is where our buyer was before, and this is where our seller was on the reoffer, right? So this is where our rebid was, and this is where our reoffer was. So that created an area of interest where when we're above, we were looking for a bid, and we were below, we were looking for an offer for the rotation down, right? So it creates a pivot. So if we can look above and then bid here, I'd be looking for that rotation back up to the POC before we shifted down here. But we shall see. It's going to take quite a bit of work to get through here at this point. We've done the full trade for me on NQ off of this failure here. Now we're just at our view up in our sell side reversion area. So like if we can get through this 40 to 60, then we can rotate up to like 820, 840, but it's gonna take some work. I'm closed my long, Chrono. You can see I posted in the screenshot. I closed into 40. Now it's just a matter of what happens here into 40 to 60. Either we meet our seller or we'll flip it and then continue on our way. But to me, this is full reversion target. I'm basically just watching to see, like, does our seller eat in here and then offer us back down for the same short as before? Right, this is just the original short that I took as soon as we got on. Just playing off of this guy here. And then our flip of 40s for the continuation down. So now we just have to wait and see what we want to do. Nothing's invalidated for like the long idea, right? We're just still right side of Ving it, holding POC of previous candle, POC of previous candle, right? But now we're just into our 15-minute VWAP and our sell side POC is here and this trap buyer that's above 60. So I'm just like, okay, we've now fully hit target. I only had one contract left, so I took profit into said target following our risk. Right, our trade setup, and now it's just a matter of, again, like, do we hold here and make that lower high for this rotation down? Are we able to build here, get over, and then continue on our way? Like, I just don't have the answer. We'll see. But again, like, nothing on the long side has invalidated. We're holding where we need to on ES, POC of previous candle, as well as our value low from our previous 15, holding on NQ as well, where we need to. It's just a continuation up, trend up into our target. And now we're gonna figure it out from here. If you're playing off this 40 to 60 and our rotation down, this is your first target. We push back down into the 710, 720. Just a full rotation from our sell side reversion where we took profit. Watch to see if this buyer is still here into the 710, 720. Again, this is just where that bid was last. This is that POC to value. If we can flip this, then probably right down to it's like 670. ES should get a solid reoffer, I would say. Now that we're reverting to VWAP in this POC off of our rejection of our previous day value. But we'll see. I'd expect like a bid here and then a reoffer and then full rotation if we're going to continue down. Same thing on NQ from our hold of our target and then flip. This should be your first target as we push into here, and then we'll watch to see if we can then flip and then hold this on reoffer. I don't know if you're gonna get like that full extent up to 87, 88 on ES, but we should find a little bit of relief here, and then we should figure out what we're gonna do from there. Just like the same thing at NQ. It just makes sense. Now that we've done the reversion to our previous POC, right, at this 84. Get a reflexive bid, and then we'll watch to see what we do. That's why it becomes a great first target as we push down into that, because we don't know how far we're going to go. We don't know how aggressive it's going to be. We can just expect that that's where that relief is going to be from there, and then we watch for the secondary seller to try to step in and defend. So let's see if that happens into 720 now on retest, and same thing on ES following pathing as we push back up into this, like, you know, 87, 88 area. See what we do. Because like this will either be like a grab for liquidity to trap, and then we just rotate back up the highs, or this will be where the lower offer steps in and then, you know, continues us down now that we've reverted. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people playing gold and silver. It makes sense. It's just a little too. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the movement on those names. I'd have to practice before I'd feel comfortable talking about them. But yeah, the moves have been very, very solid on gold and silver. I've been keeping an eye on it. I just, again, don't feel comfortable talking through trades on them. I'm not as familiar. 40 seconds till new 15s. Yeah, this bounce here was pretty obvious. It was an easy trap, but as we push back up into this offer now, let's see what they do. The lower high into new 15s. I like having these profit and loss things on for you guys, but they're really annoying on my chart. Not gonna lie. It's whatever, but like, it just looks so messy, man. Watching ES here into our 88 and RTY into our ETH high, as well as NQ just into POC. Watching to see if we hold here at our 710, 700 for a higher low, or if we flip back below and trapping these guys and then continuing down on our way down. This is still just like my pivot. Like either the bid is present here and we hold this low and we bid and then rotate back up, or I'll look for that offer below 700s and then continuation down. Now that we've gotten our little relief, just watch the rest of our names to see if we get follow through together. We have a lot of trapped liquidity above 730, so it's just like anything that's until we can flip that 60s, like I just am not incredibly bullish. That's why we closed up there, right? And now we just watch to see if they put in that lower high. Right, think about it like this. This is probably the easiest way for most of you to grasp this idea of like yeah. Like if we just take this high to this low, this needs to be flipped. Does it make sense that this is where a relief bounce should be expected? If I'm putting it that way. And now we wait to see what we do here at our ETH low, right? But from this high to this low, we're getting a reactive move that is rotating up into our 0.5 of that move. And now we figure out, is like the offer going to sit there for the trend down continuation, or are we going to be able to, hold this higher low and then rotate up? I don't have the answer for you yet. We'll see. It's the same thing on ES. Oops. Right. It's just into our PVC and our edge here. Now we wait to see what we do. Can they build a higher low, or are we going to maintain the lower high and offer here into this sweeper and then continue down?
US Treasuries mulling quarterly 7-year note auctions with reopenings.
Oh, it's so cold. $50 by 35. All right, what are we doing here? Come on. Offer at 720, continuing to hold. Back down to our 700s here. No change. Choppy, but lower high. Let's see if offer can do anything here as we push down into 700. ES held our pivot. Offered, pushing back down to our view up. And POC on the day. This is just very two-sided.
According to sources, U.S. Energy Department is exploring a plan to exchange heavy Venezuelan oil for U.S. medium and sour crude to fill the strategic petroleum reserve.
The old lunchtime chop angle. True, true. Yeah, so what I believe is going to have to happen is, right, we're establishing a range, right? We have a very clear two-sided trading right now, and we're gonna need an idiot to get trapped outside of this range, and then a direction will be determined on either like the break and then rejection and then the rotation through, or like this buyer will continue to maintain and we'll pop, and then we'll see a recovery of this, and then no failure on a look back. Right, this will sustain here, and then we'll rotate up. But with where we're holding, I'm not incredibly bullish. Right, we've got this offer above us. Maybe we come back up a bit more, trap above, but I don't know. I think we just need to trap someone here, and then we can continue downwards. That'd be my guess. I mean, we have a lot of trapped liquidity into 740, 760. So as long as that's maintaining, like, I don't really care what happens here. It just looks like a bear flag and then a continuation down with like from our reversion to VWAP route. Like, I just don't. Doesn't really affect me. But like, if we can flip this, sure, let's play this up, right? Play our previous ranges from yesterday. But if this continues to maintain, and then in open of new 15s, we're holding here, and then we rotate below, like, I'll just play this back down. I don't know. But my guess is we just look for a trapped participant outside of this little chop. Like, if you see our previous candle, like, this is where we need to breach and show support above. Right now we're holding our value low of that previous candle, right? So this is where I need to see support build above. Right now we're holding our value low of this previous range up here, right? So we either get back in, show interest, and then can rotate up like so through said range, these three dotted lines, right? This value low, POC, value high. Until we can show interest above this, there's no reason to look for expansion upwards. If we're holding our value low, we're looking at a look in, failure, look back, and then continuation down, because nothing is shown interest above. These guys are just trapped below. So, yeah, I don't know. Just doesn't make sense. New 15's opening now. Let's see what they do. Yeah, I mean, it's not really, it's just, I mean, the walkthrough was taking profit into 40 to 60, like I said, right? And now it's just a matter of, do we get, what happens here at our halfway back? Now I'm just like trying to prevent you from over trading in chop when we should be expecting chop. That's all.
According to Axios, Trump and Netanyahu discussed Iran in a second phone call. So further from this Axios piece, then there's not really a whole lot of detail, but Trump and Netanyahu talked Thursday evening to discuss the situation in Iran, according to two sources familiar with the knowledge of the matter of the call.
The halfway back is from the previous 15-minute candle. It's just from the high to low of the most recent range. So that's all that this was showing. I just wanted to show, like, again, most rotations occur, right? You get a reflexive remove, and then we get you get a relief bounce. So it's just from this high to this low. And then it's like, okay, well, then we can predict where we expect that offer to be.
Who discussed Iran in a
if
second
we're going to get a
phone call.
continuation down, right? Just based off of that. Like, price doesn't usually traverse higher than that 0.5 to 0.68 of a given move if we're in a trending market, right? It's the same thing for like looking for a bounce. Like, oh my god! All right, I had to delete that. That's so annoying and in the way. All right, so like watch this. The fib thing in this? All right, there we go. Like for upside move, it's the same thing, right? Like this is like the first class we ever taught. It's like when you're looking for trending trades, you can take your high to your low, and then you look for your reflexive bounce if we're going to get continuation into our 0.5618 from that low to that high. And then you look for a reflexive move or a relief move, right, in the trending direction of the market for continuation at that area. Right? Do you see how that's just that halfway back to 618? And it's the same thing for the short side. It's like in a trending market, you expect a very similar thing where the market isn't going to, it's going to hold that higher low, and we shouldn't have to retrace more than that percentage of the move. Same thing for sells. Like, we should be able to maintain that 618 to 0.5 on any sort of relief bounce or reflexive bounce from an area if an offer is going to be able to maintain for a continuation down if we're in a trending market. It's a rule of thumb, right? It's not a law, but it's something that you can put into practice and go and back test and see that usually plays out. And if you want something that's a bit more dynamic, right, you can always just add an anchored VWAP from the highs and it'll show you kind of a very similar thing. So if I can just do this and we change our source to high because we're looking for that as our high, and it's like, oh, okay, well, this anchored VWAP from our highs is at the exact same level as this 0.5 to 618. So it's like, as long as this is maintaining, why am I closing my short? Nothing is invalidated. You get me? It's just one of those things where it's like it can keep you sane and keep you from over trading and keep you from closing positions that don't need to be closed. It's a trend following indicator, right? It's a tool. We have lots of classes covering these kind of basic concepts of how price moves. But like if you ever need like a confidence indicator of like, where are we gonna bounce? That's a super easy one to deploy into your strategy. It's just like take your high to your low, and then look to see if we can hold our our most recent reflexive bounce for each move. And then you should be able to find areas of interest of where, if we're in a trending market, where we're going to bounce, most likely areas, where's your best risk to reward, right? And then when we start to do like double topping action like this, and we see a POC shift, then you can play from the high to the low, and then look for reoffers in those same areas. It's very basic, but it does the job. And then you use order flow to determine where those areas of interest are, and then you play the trend and you stay in those trades forever. And if those levels, yes, exactly. Yeah, because remember, like, these are just things on our chart, but we still need the order flow to show what we want as well. So what you can do as like a good rule of thumb, right, is use that halfway back system to be looking for bounces for continuation, as long as we're maintaining our POCs as supportive on the way up on the 15-minute. And then as soon as we start to fail that logic, right? Where our POCs start to hold as resistance and we're opening below, then flip your logic to that 618 to 0.5 as resistance instead of supportive, because now we're in a potential downtrend because we're holding POC as resistance. We're not supporting it anymore, right? And now all of a sudden you have a set of rules that you can play around to create a systematic strategy. You have two factors, two variables that you can now add before you even open a position that can let you know, does it make sense for me to be looking for a long or short? What's the trend? Where am I looking for a bounce, right? Those kind of things are going to help you stay out of bad trades, and the less bad trades you take, the higher your win rate is, the less good trades, the less trades in general you have to take because you're taking less hot garbage trades that are ruining your profits from all of the break evens and stop outs that you're taking. I hope that makes sense. Oh, Lord. Rory, you watched the new episode, man, of Sentenced? No, I haven't watched JJK yet. I need to watch that. Maybe I should be doing that instead of watching Chop. JJK was just dialogue? Yeah, I figured. Sentence had some action, but I missed the hour-long episode. Feels bad going back to standard.
Venezuela is preparing to resume sales of dollars in local market.
I don't know if they do it on this attempt, boys. I think this might be another bounce. I mean, they're really trying here at 700, but they're just getting taken in so far. This offer at 710 is gonna have to slap this thing down. It's got to be like almost instant. They're offering it, right? They're showing, but I'm not a huge believer yet that we're breaking range. I don't know if they can slap this thing down from our 710 offer that's there, that liquidity, and then breach us below 700s and sweep, then sure, like yes, it's happening, but this still feels a little choppy to me, a little two-sided. I haven't added yet. I'm just short from 40 on a runner here. I'm not sure if I want to add or if I just want to keep my stop break even. I don't know. It just feels like it's still, we're waiting for someone to get trapped out of this chop, like we talked about. Maybe they do it. I don't know. They just took in at 10s. I need someone to invent basically just a large tarp with a blanket sewn into it that's washable. That's what I need someone to design for me. And then you can sell it as an actual waterproof and washable dog like playpen thing, because all the ones that they're offering are absolute garbage. And pee pads are a joke. Like, I just need something for like accidents, you know, but something that's washable, reusable, and doesn't just go immediately through it. Yeah, no, they all say that they're waterproof, and then it just immediately pushes through. And it's like, okay, well, either give me like a giant silicone like lipped mat that I can put on the ground to put under her bed, or give me like a nice cushy blanket that's actually waterproof that I can wash in, you know, my washing machine. But something. Like my old dog just needs a mat, but I'm not about to put like pee pads down. They look awful. But if she has an accident, I want it to be like easily cleanable. I don't know. I've been looking for an hour now, and they all, like, you go into the reviews and they're like, this didn't absorb anything. It went right through. Like, all right, well, sweet. After you get through like all of the fake Chinese reviews that are like, this is the best blanket. Just give me something, man. That isn't fake. I have one for bleach. Blanket with waterproof removes sand. What does that even mean? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I need it for my doggo. I want to put it on the floor under her bed. I just want like it to absorb pee, and then I can like throw it in the washer if need be. Or I want it to be made out of like silicone or some sort of like plastic-esque material that's waterproof that I can then just, you know, rinse in the shower or the sink to clean. I just want something reusable. My dog's getting old. She can't hold it sometimes. Like, they have ones for, like, dog food bowls, right? But I need something much larger. I basically am looking for, like, a car mat, but for the floor, you know? Like, that's what I want. Yeah, but I'm never putting my dog in a crate. Never in my life. But I basically need, like, the bottom of a crate in, like, an extra, extra large crate. That's what I need. Do I buy, like, a kennel and then throw away the kennel and keep the mat? Is that my only option? Like, they don't just sell it separately? Yeah, yeah, but I want it to be like 50 by 50 at least. Like, I want it to be big. I'm not trying to like trap her, and I want it to be large enough to cover enough area where like her bed can be there, plus like a bit of area outside of it. You know, I'm not trying to put my dog in a kennel. That's too sad. And it's not her fault that she's peeing. She's just almost 15 years old. You know, she's just old. I'll put her in a diaper before I put her in a kennel. Like, this just doesn't exist. Maybe I need to get my brother to sell me one. Just go to like Home Depot and buy a tarp. And then what? I would just wash it on like cold, I guess, and then air dry it. I don't know. Like, it's crazy to me that this doesn't exist. Surely I'm not the only person that wants this. I mean, maybe this will work. Hold up, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take a measurement.
France's Prime Minister Lecornu says government will not give up on compromises over budget. Danish Arctic commander says there are no Chinese or Russian ships observed near Greenland. Also, Danish Arctic commander says today we have invited US to join military exercise in Greenland, and we're awaiting their reply. France's Prime Minister Le Cornu says new French budget will differ from initial budget.
Okay. All right. Well, I found one that's 57 by 40 inches, so maybe I just buy 2 of those. Maybe that's the solution. It's the largest one I've found. Yeah, still just bouncing POC and VWAP and our ETH low. Just back to our offer here. No change. Russell still holding our value edge. No change. NQ holding POCs as resistance, continuing down. It is a really gross downtrend, but our offer is maintaining as resistance right at that POC, the value high of our previous candles. Very slow meltdown. Just pushing down slowly but surely. Just, you know, midday garbage. You hate to see it.
Hello, everybody.
Yo.
What is up?
You know, just
Oh, one
I'm
of
here.
those Fridays.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, we've gotten some pretty solid trades, but now
France's
it's just
Prime Minister
midday
Le
and
Cornu
it's
says
boring.
budget doesn't foresee higher
Yeah.
taxes on households.
I'm trying to I'm scrolling Amazon looking for like
Trump,
a PMAT.
speaking on Truth Social,
Oh,
Yeah,
says
I'm
I
guess
totally
there is
respect the
kinda
fact
getting to
that
that
all
age,
the scheduled
unfortunately.
hangings, which were to take place yesterday, over 800 of them, have been cancelled by the leadership of Iran.
And I was telling them like what I want like does not exist, which is basically something that's actually waterproof and is large enough to like cover. Like I'm not trying to put her in a
did see
kennel.
a little bit of
know?
downside movement on
Yeah.
Sky, top of the back of Trump's Truth Social.
Like that's not fair to her. That's sad. It's not her fault that she's old.
You almost might have to, like, build something.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I can get my brother to like sew a tarp and a blanket together, and I'll just wash it in cold water or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Or I was even thinking you could, like, you could build, like, a 2-stage box that has, like, a turf on top that is somewhat porous, and then just have, like, a plastic thing in the bottom to,
Yeah.
like, you know, like a little tub or something. And I don't know, that might get a little gnarly though. But
I mean, I don't want her to like it won't. It'll only be for accidents. You know, it's not like
yeah,
she's peeing in the house now. But I don't know. This is the best thing I found, but then I go to the reviews and they're like, this didn't absorb a single thing.
Yeah.
This is the 72 by 72. It's like actually perfect,
Yeah.
but I don't know. Poor pup. A bath mat? It's just not large enough. Unless you can find me a bath mat that's 70 by 70.
Like this one, this is kind of what
According
I
to
was envisioning, but it's not big enough. It's a big link.
tankertrackers.com, it's a sanctioned tanker Jamaica carrying Venezuelan oil cargo docked at Curacao terminal.
Oh yeah, I had a neighbor who had one of those on her balcony. It reeked.
Yeah, well,
Holy.
that's if you don't clean, like,
Yeah,
if you don't like stay on it, like there's no way it doesn't get uber gnarly.
it reeked. I don't think so. I think I just buy two of the first one that I linked, the 57 by 40 silicone pads. And then I just put them next to each other. $30 till new 15s. Still just slow grind trap.
Trump on Greenland says we're talking to NATO. France's PM Leconu says deficit should not go above 5%.
New 15s have opened. Opening below POC of the previous candle. Testing into value low now. See if we can get another slow continuation down. RTY is still holding where it needs to for downside pressure. And ES flat. Just at our 15-minute VWAP chopping around. The old kimchi mat. That might.
Leconu adds that this year's deficit could even be below 5%.
That's 120 centimeters is 47 inches, so it's still not large enough. That's a good idea, kids.
It's not clear where Trump's speaking at the moment. We'll see if we can try and find him somewhere. He's probably speaking to reporters.
Yeah, I mean 140 centimeters is, like I said, it's oh no, that's 120. 140 is what? 55? Yeah. It's not bad. I feel like I kind of have to
See,
take
as
off
said, Trump
into
is speaking
this.
to reporters at the White House. There's no live video for him.
I feel like I just missed my exit. I want to play this back down to 620. I'm not gonna lie, but I only have one contract, so the odds are either it fully retraces back up to my 740 average from here, or we have one more leg down, and then I get target. Like I just don't know if I want to risk it. Hmm. This is the slowest, worst grind down I've seen in a minute. Just midday. But our 10 offer did hold. That was good. That shit's gonna retrace on me. Yeah, I mean, you really got to trade like the first 2 hours of the day, bud. Like that's the trading day. Or you know, because then you have to wait until 12 to 2, and then 2 to 4 you get some more, you know. But like it's pretty bad midday. We'll start becoming a gold and silver trader.
Yeah, seriously.
Canadian dollar weakens to 6-week low against the US dollar.
Foldable soft foam mat. Is that waterproof though? Wipeable is not waterproof. This is like this is a great concept though. I like where you're going. Hmm. And that's what I mean. Like I just want that mat to be actually like hydrophobic is what I want. I'm just gonna have to throw a diaper on her.
10 was way
It's
from
the
the
only real
top of the hour. We
solution.
get the Baker Hughes total account prior 409 and oil account prior 554.
I'm just afraid if I get something with that like too large of a raised edge, she's gonna avoid it and then go outside of it. You know what I mean? Like it needs to be super like unintrusive, or she'll be like, "What is this?" and then never like go out of her way to avoid it. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I was just hoping one of you had already figured out the solution. I mean, the solution literally is just this mat. I just need it to not be awful, garbage, Chinese nonsense. Right? Like, this is the solution. If it was good.
It's cheap too.
Yeah. Maybe I buy just 2 of them and stack them on top of each other. Like, I don't know. Because they sell an 84 by 120. And it's machine washable. gym mats? Hmm. Wait, you might be onto something, Nikki. Like, what if I put those on the base and then bought this blanket thing to put on top of that for a dual system? That might be the move. Yeah, no, that's a great idea. All right, yeah, this is good. Thank you. I wish I had more than one contract left. The 70 edge seems to be still where that bid is, which makes sense. I mean, this is where we took our long, right? For the rotation up off of the getting stopped out at 40 to 70. And it's just a rotation up to target. Now it's just the bottom of range here again. I just don't know if I take off here or we wait for a secondary move. If it wasn't lunchtime, like midday, then I would be looking for a continuation down. Like, I really think 620 is on the table. 630, 620. Just to come back down into this here. Right, POC of this bid to like this value low. Kind of expecting liquidity to be found here.
Total recount for BQs. Prior 409 or a recount prior 554. 544.
But
Excuse me, so it's the other way around. So total recount prior 544 or a recount prior 409.
hmm. I'll play the edge if we flip, but I'm closing into that. I don't know. I just don't want to be
OpenAI
trapped in this
is
trade.
introducing ChatGPT Go, which is now available worldwide.
Chat GPT Go.
It's like the new Pokemon Go.
So a fake app to track your data.
Yeah.
What software do I
The
use
OpenAI
for
says in the
footprint
US,
charts?
ChatGPT Go is available
Tradeify.
for $8 per month.
But there's one available on TradingView as well. But this is what my Tradeify one looks like.
They also add that they're not launching ads in ChatGPT yet.
And this is the one that I use on TradingView, just to give you a comparison.
Still expecting Baker
Yeah,
Hughes
it's level
data.
2. You have to have it. All right, we hit our 670 again, just bouncing. I think there's probably one more leg down. I just don't know if it's going to take an hour or 5 minutes. Like, I just don't know. So I've closed into 670 and I'll look to re-enter if we get something new in the new 15s. But I just wanted to make sure I secured that just in case we do rotate fully up. If we flip our pivot, then we just play our pivot down again, right? If 640 flips, and then I'll just play that down to like 590 if we can flip it. I'm just expecting a bit of a volatile bid here, and I don't want to be on the wrong side once ES gets to full target here as we push into our PVC value, our POC, following our pathing. So if you were in ES, this is a great target. Yeah, I don't know. Let's watch for a solid reoffer now that we've gotten that initial move. Watch a POC to value of our previous candle.
Total rigs 543, 543.
Still on that Claude. I've
I
been
just
using
ignored him when he said that.
I've been using Copilot a decent amount lately. It's decent. It's good.
And oil rig count coming in. $410 for oil rigs. Again, 410.
Fitch Rating says global oil oversupply can offset output uncertainty in Iran and Venezuela. Fitch Rating says geopolitical oil risk premium is likely to remain capped due to global market oversupply despite increased oil price volatility.
We've gotten a couple points off of this, but not a ton. Playing off of the PSC to value previous candle, off of new 15s. It's retesting lows.
We have
RTY
posted the article
diverging.
from Vitch Ratings on the feed for those interested.
I'd like to see a bit more if it's going to actually do something new. Again, just heading down to that like 620, 630 area, but this is just such a volatile potential position into this 670, 640. I don't know, man. I'd much rather, like if we can hold here, awesome. And then if we can push below this, that'd be great for our secondary leg for this rotation back down to our PVZ low here into 90. But I feel like we have a bit more of a battle to do here. Let's see what they do once we retest. Like the offer's got to be pretty clear here, or we'll do a rotation back up to highs, which is what I was worried about. We want our offer to be pretty clear into this this 90. Again, if I don't see that lower offer here, then I'm just going to expect that we're going to rotate back up to our from our lows holding where we took our original long. Want to see a pretty clear offer here. Does Claude or ChatGPT have like screen share yet? Do you know what I mean? Like can they like view your screen and give you advice on like what you're doing?
Kane in China says okay for him to get a deal with
I
China.
don't think ChatGPT can.
Okay.
I don't pay for the upgraded stuff though.
Like Copilot, like you can, it'll like watch your screen if you want it to, and then
Yeah.
like check your code and like see what you're doing and like walk you through the entire process.
I assume because that is like some integration with your actual like OS. So I'm sure that's why it can do it.
Trump on Canada-China trade deal says it's a good thing for Prime Minister Carney to sign a deal.
You're gonna trust Copilot with your money, and it can't even spell strawberry.
I can barely spell strawberry.
Well, checks out. It's, I don't know. I don't know, man.
Ah, there you go.
This should be your first risk off if you're flipping off of our 80 to 90 failure, just to cover your stop 1-to-1. Just coming up into POC of our previous sell, right? Watch to see how we interact here. Again, like that offer had to be very clear into that low, or it just doesn't make sense to be looking for anything else. And we just watch to see how we interact here into our edge. Because we held our low of our rotation where we took our last long and we're not seeing any desire to push below, just watching to see how we interact here again into our 10 to 20. If this is going to hold again, right, like this is just makes for a good first risk off. If not, then we'll rotate it fully back up off of another hold of our low, right? Our overall rotation is still here between our 670 and our 740. And without that lower high, it's just very hard to really get that next leg down. So we wanted to limit our risk very tight there, and now we're watching to see how we play back up into our daily POC here at 710. Should expect our offer to be trying to sit up there. And again, this trade will just be a scratch if it doesn't go higher than this. That's fine, but we'll see. Good bid. See if we can breach those highs or if this is it. 50 seconds until new 15s. Again, we just don't know what's going to happen here. So I've taken a break even just to cover my stop out from the failure at 80 to 90. Now we're watching to see if we can sustain here for rotations back up, or if it's just going to be a scratch on both sides. It's fine if it is. Like, it's not the end of the world. But at least we've covered it, and now we figure it out. Oh, for people that aren't in Discord. It's the wrong thing.
Surely expecting the result of the Fed reverse repo operation.
New 15s have opened, opening above POC of previous candle at our pivots. We're watching to see if we can hold these for rotations back up to top of range, or if we're going to trap here and then look below and then reoffer. Unsure. Again, trade is free. Just watching to see now if we get our full rotation back up to 740s off of this hold, or if I get stopped out.
Six counterparties take one spot 222 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Again, just into this 10 to 20. This is your first real target, and then above this is 740 off of the flip. Hopefully that makes sense, right?
You do have vol coming down with this little push as well.
All this is just a failure to shift value, right? Failure to shift our overall balance at that 670. And then we didn't get that lower high. So now we're coming back up, and we have to come back up to this liquidity from where we saw our sellers last, which is here, right? From this choppy range that we just broke down out of, which is, again, just this like 710, 720 area, which is why this is where we were targeting, because if we failed at our lows to push lower and we failed to move the offer down, right? This is where that buyer was last at this 690. You see? So this is where that bid is now. We're rotating back up to the top of this little micro balance that we're trading. So it makes sense that if we can't hold this seller or this buyer as our offer on a retest, then I expect us to then do what? Rotate our range that's been already established. Yes? Do you see that now? Does that make sense, what I'm saying? Why this rotation is to be expected if we can't hold the low as resistance, then it's like, oh, okay, well, we flip back above that 690. Now we'll rotate back up to these highs. And then we watch to see if our offer sits here or not. It's first target. If we can push above this, then we should be able to come back up to these highs. Into this 40 to 60. So if you have the ability to hold a runner, you can go for it for that rotation back up for the full range. If not, just move your stops up. See if we can breach this. It's either going to get trapped in here and then look back through, and then we go down, or I'd expect one last leg up into 40 to 60 here. And then we figure out what we do up into this based off of what happens here. Are there questions about that interaction, or do we understand the shift of the POC here, the recovery of our range low, the bid back up, reoffer? Does that make sense? Yeah, good. Right? Like our stopping out there just doesn't matter then. You get me? Like it's worth the risk to try to see if we're gonna get the offer, but as soon as we don't flip it, it's like, oh, okay, well, we're stuck in our fucking balance then. So we'll rotate back up. It is what it is. Definitely can get one more leg up to 740. 1 minute until new 15s. Should make a decision then. We'll see. It's either gonna fail to look above and hold here at our top of range, or rotate right up to that POC of our sell side up here. We have 40 seconds until new 15s. See what they do. New 15s have opened, opening at POC of previous candle.
ESBID is doing a pretty good job of stepping in this 90 area.
If you're playing off of the POC of previous candle in this 10 to 20, this is your first risk off into 30 for the trade to be 1-to-1 break even, right? 10 points of risk for 10 points of profit, and we're looking for 40 for fulfill, just like we have marked, right? Held POCs of previous candles, no change. Rotating up, let's see what we do as we push back up into our sell side reversion up here. Good hold on ES and NQ at our POC of previous 15s. Pushing into our 30-second opening range here on ES. ES rejecting our 30-second opening range low so far into our 92.5. No change. Russell still flat. NQ coming back down into our 10 to 20. Watch to see how we interact here. If we can continue to bid, I'm not too worried about it. But if this flips and we push back below 700s, that's when I start to worry that these guys are going to be offsides, and then we'll continue downward. Again, remember, like, this is us just trying to build above this lower high where we looked for that short for the secondary, right, from our 40s. This is just this area. So we need to see the bid now try to sustain this and rotate us back up if we're going to go higher, right? This is the top of this balance. Remember, the idea here was that on the recovery of 690, we would rotate up here off of the recovery of this low of balance. Now we're trying to see if we can build here for that continuation up, or if this is going to fail and then rotate us back in, trapping these traders here. Lord.
Two minutes till new 15s.
My back. Need to like go roll out or something. So sore.
The EASA says potential for US military action has placed Iranian air defense forces on heightened state of alert, currently increased likelihood of misidentification within FIR Tehran. And the EASA says recommends air operators don't operate when the airspace of Tehran at all altitudes and flight levels.
Falling asleep out here.
Yeah, it's dried up a bit. We'll see in 10 minutes here if we get a little something.
All right. Those pads, ordered the blanket. At least I was semi-productive during this. She's asleep. Yeah. I don't know what her deal was. About to get stopped out of this. If we breach 710s, it's fine. I mean, the trade's break even. We took profit into 30, so it's just it's a scratch. We'll see what happens. It's just a little too slow for anything to matter. Just flagged. I might go watch the new episode of JJK while we just sit here. You think they're gonna sell New World for 25 million, Mario?
No.
I don't think so either.
I saw let me find this.
The Rust creator. It's like, hey, I'll buy it. Wow. Okay.
I don't know. I wish they would. Well, no, it's not literally free money. That IP is like actually worth something.
It would take a while to make up that 25 mil.
Yeah, that on the flip side, like the buyer is kind of like a passion thing.
Yes, it would have to be a passion thing.
And the seller, like Amazon, like I said, like the IP, it's actually like good IP in terms of like storytelling and like what's already there, and like for like making shows, or I mean they already did the one show spin-off thing.
Oh, that one episode with that thing?
Yeah. Which obviously don't know but enough about evaluations of that stuff to understand what that's worth, but like they're gonna want to hold that IP.
I mean, New World would be literally fine if they just got a new monetization team.
Yeah.
Like they've got to be the worst monetization team, the worst cosmetics, the worst
Yeah.
wow, those people need to be fired.
The last like 9 months, like once Scott left, who's the own game dev, like the cosmetics improved like infinitely.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
And like
They're not comparable to like any other MMO.
no, they
Still.
started to go there like I said, but it was too late then. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like
It's just it doesn't make any sense. Like what? How can you be this bad at making free money?
yeah, I don't.
Like just sell things that people want to wear. Like it's I don't know. Like every Korean game has figured out the solution.
Yes.
People are paying for still images in gacha games for millions of dollars, and you can't monetize a skin. Fortnite is out here selling Kim Kardashian skins and making money, and you can't sell a skin, bro. Like what? You should be fired. People will pay for anything. I don't know. I'll never
I'm
understand.
surprised they're keeping it for a full year, like the server's up, but so I wonder if they're trying to cook something, but it's like I don't know. That whole the whole life cycle of that game is just mind-boggling. Like actually could have been like in the WoW category if it was managed correctly. There's not gonna be. I don't think we'll ever probably get a game like that.
Hey TFC, how does one get the POC on trading platform? What trading platform are you on? POC is just point of control. So if you have a volume profile, it'll have a point of control. If you're talking about like the footprint POC, that's a different thing. You just let me know what platform you're on so I can potentially help you. Yeah, I don't know. I might do another one of these things where I just update in chat if anything happens, so that I don't have to just sit here for no reason.
Yeah.
I think today went pretty well, though. Hopefully, others feel the same. I don't know. It was a good day for me. Hopefully, it was a good day for you. Our plans played pretty well. I think we had some good conversations. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if we hold here, it looks good still for rotations up, but I don't know. I mean, it's so sideways. 50 seconds until new 15s. chopped to pieces from noon to 1. Did you? What do you mean you were in voice? Can't you hear my voice on stream? From noon to 1. Wasn't that where we just took profit target into 740 and then it was a short? And then it was just a downside with the POCs holding? Yeah. Are you just trying to play like that chop and not just short? Like we talked about? Oh, you had stream muted. Oh, that feels bad. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't trade noon to 1 if you can't fully commit. And even then, I probably wouldn't trade noon to 1. It's probably like the worst single hour to trade during the day. It's maybe the single worst hour to pick to trade. Statistically. Holy Corona. Congrats, man. You just paid for your Bruno tickets. How long will I stay today? I don't know, man. I'm like kind of I'm kind of feeling it right now, man. If we don't hold this 10 to 20, I might be done. I don't know how long I'm willing to just chill in this position. I really don't feel a lot of incentive to stay with the price action that we're getting currently. Like I'd stay longer if like the action was good, but what am I just gonna like sit here for 2 hours while we trade in a 40-point range off of my pivot? Maybe. I don't know. It's a pretty solid day though. We've had I've been stopped out twice today. Stopped out from 40 to 60 and then we flipped for the long, and then I was stopped out from 80 to 90 and then flipped long, and then we made up our stop immediately and then continued on our merry way. Those are our 2 stops today, the only trades that have failed. Everything else has been success. And we made up for our losses on the stop outs immediately off a flip. So it's a pretty good day. Now we're just chopping.
Yes. It's also liquidity there did step into 90 was taken. So still interest in this area.
Don't
Two-sided.
overdraft you that account, Grotto. Make sure you keep a buffer. That's the most important part. You can build on that. I know you can do only MNQ. Everyone can. I promise that is the way. You're doing it right. But I would build an MNQ. I would continue to trade MNQ until you have like a, I don't know, 7 or 8K buffer, and then you could potentially switch over to something larger. But like build out that buffer. It's important. Yeah, 4K is good. I think it's a great start. All right, great job. 4K buffer is great. Yeah, 10K buffer will be huge for you once you can actually get there. It takes time, but you're able to do it even with a payout. That's great. And people don't realize that this is like it's a slow and steady game. You build that buffer, and then all of a sudden you can be taking much larger positions. But you gotta get there first. Also, this is a great first risk off if you're playing off this 10 to 20 into our 40 target. Yeah, that's why it's like it's one of those things where you have to like like I don't know. I mean, you have two mindsets, right? It's the quick and fast lotto mindset where you're just like you're lottoing into your evals to pass, and then you're looking for just one payout, and it's either you get it or you don't, or it's a slow and steady build, and then start to trade larger size afterwards. And then it's just like, are you going for only first payout, or are you trying to actually have sustainability? You can play it either way, but you need to like know it going into it and understand that like the way you trade and your mindset around trading has to like completely shift if you're doing the more like lotto gambo for first payout kind of setup. I don't know. I'll be right back. I have one runner left. I've taken off two here into 40 and 45. One runner left. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue okay, like these prop firms are designed for you to fail, right? Like they have so much data and they know the exact parameters that are going to make it as hard as possible for people to pass, right? And to get payouts. Like that's their job, is to not, their job is to take money from you and to inhibit you from being able to get a payout by using human nature against you, right? So they offer more leverage than you should be trading, right? They offer you quicker payouts and the ability to take out more than you should be able to, right? They do everything in their power to make you blow up your own account. They give you way more leverage than you should have with the drawdown that you have at your disposal. And so like you have to go into it knowing like, hey, I am going to treat this as either a 50-50, either I make it or I don't, and I'm going to take out this payout, and that's all I'm going to try and accomplish. Or you have to go into it like, I'm going to trade way less leverage than is being offered to me on the account type that I chose. I'm going to build this account slowly but surely, $300 at a time, and until I get that bigger buffer. And then I'll start to look for payout requests, and I'll start to trade a bit more size. And I'm going to build this out, and I'm going to become consistent, and that's what I'm going to do, right? Like there's like two very different mentalities of like, I have disposable income, and I'm more than happy to fail eval accounts because I know statistically over time, if I'm only taking higher probability setups, and I'm looking for larger price targets, right? Like I'm going to make money in the long run, even with like a 60% average, right? So you can do it like that, and then it's just mass spamming eval accounts for that idea in mind, right? Or you can be consistent and start to take profits and trade like the way that I'm doing, where it's like I'm looking for 1-to-1 for first target. I'm taking off risk. I'm moving my trades to break even, and then I'm I'm leaving runners to like actually make me my money, right? For larger, higher time frame targets, and I'm staying in those positions, and then I'm compounding, right? Like you have to have there's like two very different mentalities, but both can make money. But the first one is one that can only make money in a prop environment, right? Is you're abusing the prop system, you're abusing the ability to buy leverage without blowing up your personal account. So it just depends on what you want to do. Like a lot of the Twitter guys don't want to go to live. They can't trade live because their system does not work with the way that they trade. You just have to you have to go into it knowing what you want. I don't know. And the biggest issue is like people take out payout requests that are much larger than they should, right? And then they leave themselves zero drawdown and then they blow up their account the next day. And then they get into a terrible mental state because they've taken out too much money on their account. Now they have to repass an eval and they have to do it all over again. You know what I mean? Like they do this on purpose. They give you more leverage than you need, right? That you can handle. And then they allow you to take out more money than you should so that when the next day you blow up and then you get the fees. They get the fees again, they get the new account, they get the new eval, they get all that nonsense, and then they trap you in that cycle. Because they know that human nature is to be greedy, right? They're using it against you. And again, they can see all of the numbers of everyone who's blowing up, where they're blowing up, what are the most likely scenarios, right? Like they have all the data. And so the way that they weight things, or the way that they set things up in their system is to make it as enticing as possible to trade as much leverage with the least amount of accountability so that you blow up. You just have to always remember that. And as long as you have that in the back of your mind, like you can take advantage of these systems and be incredibly profitable. Yes, exactly. Yes. Full rotation from our target off of our hold of 10 to 20 just into our 40 offer, sell side reversion. We'll see if this flips now. ES failed to get over our 30-second opening range, rejected, and then pushed right back down. Not a lot here now that we've done that move. Offer attempting to shift down to 20 on reoffer there, pushing our lows. See if we can flip 700 now on a look below and hold now that we've trapped into that high again, into our known offer. Look at where that POC is here, right? Right into that POC at 40, into that value high, right? We just absorbed those guys and trapped immediately. And now we're rotating down. Now we look for a very clear reoffer of our edge here. If we can get that, then we should rotate through. So let's keep an eye. See if sell side sits here. We have a minute till new 15s. You should have another opportunity. You should find a bounce here in the 700 range, and then we look for reoffer into new 15s. Again, like these guys are really trapped into our target. And that sell side reversion at 40 to 60. Now we watch to see if this, where we just built this 3 stacked POCs holds. 25 seconds. I'm not too worried about this. Either we'll get like the retest into 710, 720, or this will flip at our 680, 690, and then we'll just play that down for the secondary leg if we don't get a better reoffer into new 15s. Just gotta watch. But I do expect, my expectation right now is that we find a bid here and then look for a reoffer like so, and then look down. But if this just flips, it flips, and that's fine. We just play this as our offer. Again, like the idea here is that this is balance between 740, 760 and 670, 640 on the overall, right? Like this area. And that we have these little like micro ranges that we can trade in between. But the overall targets is like, this is where our big sell pressure is. This is where our big bid is until we can flip them. I hate that it's showing up on this side now. I don't know why it's doing that. This offer at 700 is trying. I was hoping we were going to go a bit higher than that. I guess we'll have to play the 680, 690. See how this sweep plays.
U.S. Energy Department says that the Trump administration is not currently considering using Venezuelan oil to fill the strategic petroleum reserve.
Yes, it has some liquidity stepping in here, but it's getting taken pretty quickly. 80 is still primary resting.
I think you just watch to see if that sweeper from 83 to 80, like 550 holds for continuation down. If it's gonna do it. Just watch our reoffer into this. Not really seeing anything that I want to be playing off of on flow wise. I know where I want us to head, but again, like anything other than that 740, nothing really looks good to me. The offer at 700 was there, but I wanted us to go a bit higher, so I didn't take it. I'm watching our trade here at 80 to 90 to see which way we're gonna break. If this is going to be another failure from a look below and then a rotation up, that leads to a move into like 710, 720 for our offer that we actually want, or if we're going to trap here, I just don't know. I'm not very clear. I think the clearest trade is the ES one that I talked about, which is just this 83 to 85 area from that sweeper down. NQ, we've got to be a bit more. It's just a bit more jumpy right now with nothing very clear to me. So if we can just follow ES, then that might be for the best. Or we're gonna have to see higher first before we see lower. With that POC into the low, I just like I think the test into these makes sense, and then we look for something along the lines of this potentially. Oh god, I hate that it's showing there. There we go. Oh, I'm just paying attention to this. Same thing on ES, like what happens into this? Can the sell side step in and then rotate us down? Or are we going to rotate back up for that seek for liquidity off of this failure here into our lows again? I don't know, there's just not enough information yet on footprint for me. I mean, it could definitely like sweep down sauce, like, and then I'll just miss the move, and that's fine. But like if we just recover, this is the same stop out that happened last time at our 80 to 90, right? So I don't want to be on the wrong side of this if this just flips, and then this goes supportive again for rotations back up into this. So that's why I'm just being aware. Like I definitely see it on the higher time frame, but it's like, okay, how much chop, how much noise are we gonna get retesting structure, even though like the sell looks good on the 15? Like what's the best entry for me without having, you know, 60 points of risk for the continuation? Like where do we actually execute here? other than my 40, which was great, but I took profit on a long there. I didn't short there, so it's not very helpful. Yeah, if I think of anything like ES holds and then we continue down with NQ coming back down into this liquidity and then there's just nothing. Or I'll look for a pop higher, a trap, and then we can play it on NQ. I don't know, I really don't mind that like that edge at 710. I think that makes sense. But they are trying to build here at 680, so maybe this will be playable. I just haven't seen it yet. There's a decent amount of deltas coming in here though. But I just basically see like two nodes forming, you know, one here, and then we've got this node here. Like, okay, well, if we can build here, then I want us to push into that and then offer it like so, right? Mm-hmm. And it sucks too, because like the risk for NQ downside is like not great here, even because like we know that there was a bid that was very aggressive, the last attempt into this 640, 670 area. So it's like, even if we do get a short, what's the actual reaction that's going to happen as we push down into this? Because the last two attempts we found liquidity pretty easily here. That's why I would rather risk from higher on a retest up here rather than trying to short down here, because at least even if we don't break these lows into 70s, our risk is much better, because then we can just play like the rotation, even just back down to here. That's what I'm saying. This makes more sense risk wise for me on a retest, because even if we don't go lower than this 70, we're still taking a very solid trade. Whereas if I'm trying to find a short here, our reward is about the same. You know, but it's like, what's our risk? Well, like it could be all the way up to here. You know, nothing's really invalidating on the short side. I don't know. So I'd rather like play it up. But this can of course change if we can build out this this range down here, and then all of a sudden, you know, we can play off of this structure. Gotta find it. That's why I think this ES risk was the best so far, because it's obvious, and this just is a push down into that. Like that made sense to me. Yeah, I don't know. I will wait. Shouldn't have to wait too long. 1 minute until new 30s and new 15s. Yeah, but it's VWAP, bro. So like it's hard to wanna. It's another reason why I want to see higher first before lower. It's like a reflexive bounce off of VWAP just makes sense on RTY. I don't know. It's a tough situation without that look higher.
NYMEX WTI crude February futures settle at $59.44 a barrel, up 25 cents or 0.42%. NYMEX gasoline February futures settle at around $1.78 a gallon. NYMEX diesel February futures settle at around $2.23 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas February futures settle at around $3.10.
Okay, as NQ comes up into where we want to see sell side step in, right? Like this is where we are watching for that pop above from our hold of 80s. Let's watch to see if we look in and then see a lower high that we can put in. Russell got a little bit of a bid off of that VWAP. Now we're just watching to see what they do here. Again, there's just like a nice little LVN here at this like 700, 710 area that I'd love to see us interact in. See a seller show interest and then kind of like slap us down on a push below 80s again for continuation. We'll see. That's the only thing that like really made sense to me risk-wise. Because then we'll get this move, right? Like we'll get the lower offer, we'll flip below these lows. Try to hold that as our offer, and then rotate down. And then that'll come into our PVC target here at 640. Off of a bid. That. This is what I'll watch for. And if that doesn't happen, then meh. It is what it is. At least I'm not short then from, you know, fucking 80. And our risk is much tighter up at the highs. So yeah, that's why I don't want to like short that low. That's just like, now what? Like we're just coming up to where we thought we would. It doesn't feel good trying to short at that lower edge. Like let's wait for it to come back up or we'll miss the trade. Either way, we'll be okay. Because we're not now just, you know, in drawdown for no reason. You expect the bid to try to be here now. At this edge. And then we're gonna have to flip it to the offer on the other side eventually. We'll see. RTY still showing some momentum here from our VWAP bounce. Probably don't get the actual move until RTY stops going up. Oh, there was a new Gorillaz song.
New Gorillaz song? What is it, 1992?
All right, man.
When's the last time they put out music?
I don't know. I don't think that was that long ago.
No, I mean,
Like 2020.
2000. Really?
Yeah, 2023 was the last album.
Just out of the loop.
Get with the times.
No, I've never heard music in my life, Roy.
If it's not on SoundCloud, man, it doesn't exist. It's just how it is. He's too cool.
True.
Let me find a link to the Gorillaz SoundCloud so that I can link this song to you. Oh, Mario, check out this new SoundCloud artist I found. They just released this song yesterday.
Bizarre rap.
This man just posted. uh, I love that Garoto needs like people to be obsessed with the same thing that he's obsessed with at the current moment, always. Like you're really trying to get me to listen to Bruno Mars right now. And before this, what was it? Taylor Swift. Before that, it was something. It's always whatever you're into at that exact moment. I've got to be into it as well. You're never going to convince me to go to one of these $7,000 concerts, Groto. It's not happening.
So, don't understand the allure of the Stadium-esque concerts. Unless it's like massive. They just don't sound great.
All right, let's see if we find a sell here, boys. This is our target where we are watching to see. We want to look in, and then we want to look out, and then follow through if it's going to happen. But we got our bid at our higher low here at our 80 to 90 recovery. It's the same trade as before, off the failure. This would be your first profit target if you took a long.
Venezuela.
Venezuela, true.
Valid reporting.
Venezuelan government tells 4 banks they will split $300 million of oil revenues for use in currency exchange, according to sources.
All right, let's see what happens. I mean, we want to see sell side here. If they're not, then we're just gonna do the full rotation up again off of another failure. So, but this is where we were looking. I feel like I explained my reasoning pretty well, and why we didn't want to take that short at the lows, and why this made more sense risk wise. Let's see what we do now. We haven't gotten any confirmation as of yet. We're just seeing some risk being taken off from initial longs down there for sure. Some profit taking. No sellers like directly stepped in yet though to deny this area. So I'd love to see like a look in and then a very clear lower offer. I need to start doing these in one pathing. I don't know why. I say it every day that I'm going to start doing that, and then I don't. Okay, yeah, this is basically what I'm looking for. We're going to go downside. A look in, a fail, lower offer, rotation through, and then we'll flip this 80 to 90 again to head downwards. Be my guess. Like I don't like why do I don't know why I do this to myself every time.
The 80-82 liquidity on ES has moved out to this 84-86 kind of zone.
Yeah, you probably had to do just that POC here, would be my guess, from previous candle. Watch to see like as we push into that. On ES. And it's the same thing, like we flipped our pivot, rotating up. Watch to see if offer sits here and if we can get back below, or if this is gonna hold. Yeah, right. Like, and again, it only makes sense because like Russell came down into VWAP, found a bid, and is now rotating up. So we have to wait for that offer to be there for this loss of momentum if we're gonna get it in the rest of the market as well. If not, then we just do full rotations again. Yeah, that's what I've got on chart. This is what we have marked, Sauce, if you're not watching stream. This idea of like a look into this area and then a lower offer, and then your short would be into that 710. If we can do it. Because like if this fails here, then this is just going to be a recovery of this low again, and then the bid steps up from 710, 720, and then we just rotate back up to 40s again. It's the same zones. It's kind of here and ever. New POC just new 15 minutes just opened. We're watching our offer here. Stop is just that wick high. Watching to see if this is going to build or if this is going to flip. I'd want sellers to be here pretty dramatically. If we slow down and this is just another higher low, then sell side's kind of invalidated for me, and we just rotate back up to highs. And then it is what it is. But I like this risk way more than I liked trying to short down at 680, 670. See what they do. If I get stopped over 23s, I'll probably stop for the day because I'm just not. It's not worth. I'm not gonna try to play this rotation like 6 more times, and I don't want to stay for a full day. So again, my stop is just above our wick high there. I'm trying off of 10s. If this doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at least we didn't then just go into all this drawdown by trying to short this low. We were able to recognize the area where we wanted to see it, and now we're watching to see if this will hold. If this holds, great, play it down. If it doesn't, then we'll just rotate back up.
You gotta wait, man. How far are you into the song? Okay, well, you still have another 11 hours and 43 minutes, so you just wait, man.
According to an FTC chief, the US is scrutinizing big tech talent acquisitions. Brent crude futures settle at $64.13 a barrel, up 37 cents or 0.58%.
All right, I'm stopped there. I'm gonna head out. I think it's just range bound. If it pushes back below and we actually get an offer below this, I'd still think this is in play. But I don't want to sit here for the last hour, boys. Like, I really don't. If we look above, this fails, and then we look back below, I think it's still worth trying. But if not, then it's just gonna range back up off of the hold, right? If we can get over 60s, then you have expansion potential. Your targets are 90, and then our previous day value low at that 820. But yeah, I'm out. There's just too big of a seller up here, and I don't want to play this VWAP reversion again for the 7th time. So sorry to leave you guys on an L, but it is what it is. The log was okay, back into it. If we get below, great. If not, it is what it is. Just watch. I think the risk is still very solid here if we fail to look above this POC and hold. If not, right, like this is just going to be this rotation again. I'm a pretty firm believer in these rotations. This is our seller, this is our buyer. This needs to flip for downside. Buyer. And this is your balance right now. And then if we can get through, right, like POC goes offer, sure, we can look for that value low. But until then, it's just going to come back up to this 15-minute VWAP again in this POC here. All right, goodbye.
Enjoy your weekend.
The IAE says they secured the
Later.
agreement of both the Russian Federation and Ukraine.